Aliyu Sabi Abdullah is on ground, and in no distance time he will be here with us, distinguished Senator Sabi Abdullah. The same with our rugged Senator Sani Musa 313, all will be here with us to witness this great occasion. Hajia Kakawabi, member of the Gubernatorial Inauguration Committee and a member of Niger State APC patron, Hajia Kakawabi. You're very much welcome. Dogari is also here with us, member-elect, Rafi Constituency, Niger State House of Assembly. You're welcome. Honorable Afiniki E. Dauda, member-elect, Gurara Constituency. She is also here with us. You're welcome. The member-elect, Mashegu, Honorable Masa Kuka, is also here with us. We appreciate your coming. Member Kontagoratu, Honorable Audum Bama, is also here with us. We appreciate your presence. Honorable P.K. Nas, member, Paikoro constituency in the United States House of Assembly, is also here. We appreciate your coming. Permit me also to recognize the presence of the Niger State Executive Committee of the All Progressive Congress. The State Treasurer, Honorable Muhammad Idris Kwangba, is here with us. We appreciate your coming, Idris Kwangba. Alhaji Muka Pasasi, the Organizing Secretary, APC Niger State, we appreciate your coming. Alhaji Ahmed Bello Gunna, the Financial Secretary, APC Niger State. And we have the presence of the former Publicity Secretary, APC Niger State, the man whose position rhymes with his size, the Welfare Secretary, APC Niger State, Honorable Hassan Idris Wakili. Because I can't go through this list. Security. Okay, Shaka. Yes, sir. Zan samu maguna. Na amfani da shi. Zan kira su We wish to recognize the presence of the former Director General, National Orientation Agency, Niger State, the former Commissioner, Niger State, the former Interim Chairman of the People's Democratic Party in Kano State, the one-time senatorial candidate of Bizun in Niger State, the Tambarin Kagara is here with us, and I believe you can see him with the red cap. But certainly Niger State is with white cap, not the red. But those with the red are symbols of the white cap. As you can see, it is attached with white. You're very much welcome, Adri Abdul Malik Kagara.
We'd like to say well said to all of you. I'd like to recognize the zonal coordinator, not central zone, the national cause for the control of small arms and light weapons. It is Major General Amzad Ibrahim Baturi, retired. You're well seated, sir. We also have in our mix Salman Abdul Qadri, FSI, Controller Correctional Service, Niger State Command. And we have CSCMG Aliyu, representative of Customs Area Controller, Niger State and Kogi Command. We have Sam Nongo, Controller of Immigration Service, Niger State. We also have DCC Muhammad Kabara, is representing Commandant of Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. And sitting solidly here, also for the purpose of security, is the one in charge of Niger State. I'd like to recognize CP Ogundele Ayodeji. Is the Commissioner of Police, Niger State. You're welcome, sir. We also like to welcome Chief VIO Garba Zarume. Is Chief VIO Garba Zarume Mohammed is representing the Executive Director of VIO. And then we have Hassan M. Tafia, is Controller Niger State Fire Service, MENA. We will continue to make announcement of very prominent individuals that are here. Just coming in is the Honorable Chairman Bago Local Government, is Alhaji Hassan Mohammed and his entourage. You're welcome. Like we said, the Publicity Secretary, SK, is going up and down to ensure that everybody matters a lot here. Do not forget that one of the greatest history that is being made here this morning is that the chairman of this occasion is going to be the owner, the administrator, the coordinator, and the father of all politics in Kano State, is Engineer Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, who has been around since yesterday. SK, any update?
Thank you, Mohammed Kolos. The former member Niger State House of Assembly is here with us. We appreciate your coming. Permit me also to recognize the former head of service Niger State and the member of the Transition Committee in Niger State, Barrister Abbas Bello, is here with us. We appreciate your coming, Barrister Abbas Bello. Professor Mustapha Zubairu. I think I told you that the compositions of today are full of professors. Professor Mustapha Zubairu is not left behind, of the Federal University of Technology, Mina. My mentor is also here with us. We appreciate your coming, Professor. Alhaji Baba Wanchiko Yahaya, the Permanent Secretary, Investment, Niger State, is also in the mix. We appreciate your coming. Alhaji Muhammad Aliyu Evuti, the Madam in Evuti, and the member of the Transition Committee, we appreciate your coming. Alhaji Engineer Muhammad Dagachi Ezuge, the President General and the President General and also a member of the Transition Committee, President General of CAGRAT, that is Grassroots Farmers Associations of Nigeria. Ezuge, we appreciate your presence. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have to recapitulate in the name of the Chairman Transition Committee because the bulk of the work in terms of transitional lies on him. The co-chairman, Malam Suleiman Indanusa, is fully on ground with his committee members. We appreciate your coming. Members of the Transition Committee, Alhaji Hassan Shuroro, Alhaji Ahmed Umar Rabe, and Husseini Yusuf Boso are all members of the Inauguration Committee, and they are fully here on ground. We appreciate your coming. The former Commissioner of Education, Niger State, and the Special Advisor on Education, Hajia Fatima Madugu, she is fully on ground. We appreciate your coming, Hajia Fatima Madugu. Balam Ibrahim Haruna, the Executive Director, Niger State Library Board. He is also in our midst. Engineer Imam Farouk. Engineer. Permit me to recognize the pioneer chairman of APC United States, the man who pilots the affairs of all progressive Congress to ensure the presence of this president's government, Engineer Imam Gau.
Special Advisor to Refund President of Nigeria, you're most welcome. We'd like to also announce the presence of one young and younger heart politician who is always very agile. I'd like to recognize Alhaji Kuta Awal, Nakwadi Kebe, and he's sitting very closely to the former Speaker, Niger State House of Assembly, Alhaji Adamu, otherwise known as Adamu Kula. Well said, all of you. We also once again like to recognize former Chief of Staff to late Governor Kuri, Alhaji Ibrahim L. Ahmed is represented here by Honorable Ayatu L. Ahmed. Visibly present and working assiduously is the Special Advisor on Political Matters, Niger State, Alhaji Makolo, and his friends. We'd like to welcome Honorable Abdul Malik Dagachi Osman Chechi. He is the former Commissioner for Works, Niger State, and one of the APC major stakeholders in Niger State. You're all well seated. We have announced to you before that history is being made today as Engineer Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, the Grand Commander of the politics of Kano State, is going to chair this occasion, while the guest speaker is one of the foremost and famous governor of Nigeria, one of the governors of Nigeria, the governor of Kaduna State, Honorable Governor Rufai of Kaduna State. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue to make announcement, and the Publicity Secretary of APC Niger State, Serkin Kaji, will continue from where I stop. SK, you're on.
Thank you very much, Mohammed Kolos, a member of the Media and Publicity Committee. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to recognize the presence of Malikia Amana, the member-elect Mbariga constituency in the Niger State House of Assembly, Honorable Abdul Malik Sarkindaji. Abdul Malik Sarkindaji is also here with us. We appreciate your coming. The popularly known ES of Tafa, Malam Muhammad Sani Idris, is also here with us. We appreciate your coming. Alhaji Uge, member-elect Age in the United States House of Assembly, is also here with us. We appreciate your coming. Alhaji Nasru Aliyu Bawang Allah, Hajia Amina Magaji, all our members of the venue committee, and they are also here with us, fully on ground doing their responsibility. Thank you very much. I still want to reiterate the synergy between Kano and Niger State. As you can see, the red cap is mixed with white. That is an indication of the synergy between the state with the white cap and the state with the red and white. That white, in the mix of their red cap, indicate the synergy between Kano and Niger State. The red and the white is in Niger. Kwankwasia, you are welcome. Alhaji Abubakar Mustafa Dagachi, the Sarkin Dawakin Nupe, and the Chairman, Chief Executive, Classic Dawaki Investment, you very much welcome. Road transport workers and the road transport employees, their Chairman, Comrade Umar Salihu Kata, Niger State Branch, you are very much welcome. Mr. Obet Yakwei Kango, the former commissioner of a women affairs in Niger State, that is the first of its kind, having a man heading the affairs of women affairs in Niger State. Mr. Yakwei Obet Kango is also here with us. We appreciate the gentleman with a scarf. Thank you. Raja Hamidu Jang Tambu, the executive chairman, Lapai local government, is also in the mix. We appreciate your coming. Alhaji Abubakar Kacha, the former commissioner, Niger State Ministry for Science and Technology, is also here with us. we welcome you. Alhaji Aliyu Esu Umar, Editor-in-Chief Publishers, One World Magazine, is also here. We appreciate your coming. I rather go with meet them, child. Meet them. What can you do before? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Professor Olalekan Zakariaou of the Federal University of Technology, Mina. He is also in the mix of professors that are here to witness the professorial lectures of this great program today. Professor Mustafa Zubairu, Professor Muhammad Indamisu, Professor M.A. Paiko, Professor M.N. Maiturare, Professor A. Kasim Adamu, Dr. Ibrahim Umar Kontagora, and the Professor A.I. Gambari. The last is Professor Kasim Isa. All of these professors are fully seated to witness today's program.
Thank you very much. SK Publicity Secretary, APC, Niger State. We'd like to correct an impression. Although announcements have been aired on various radio stations across the state for this change of venue, I'd like to inform you that after lectures this afternoon, there will be handover at 2 o'clock. And then tomorrow being Friday, God's willing, there will be special prayers at the Jumaat Mosque, which will hold at Central Mosque Mina at 2:30 p.m. Also be informed that there will be polo tomorrow, on Saturday at 4 o'clock at the polo ground. While particularly, this is where we want to make corrections. On Sunday, there is a special prayer being organized by the Christian faithfuls, and these Christian prayers will hold at St. Michael Catholic Cathedral Church along Bosa Road, Mina, and not at Equa Church behind Kure Market, Mina. Once again, I'd like to inform you that the special prayers on Sunday is going to take place at St. Michael's Catholic Cathedral Church, Bosa Road, Mina, and not at Equa Church behind Kure Market, also in Mina. And then be informed, or like a reminder, that Monday is the D-Day where the actual inauguration is going to take place at 10 o'clock, and the venue of the inauguration is International Trade Fair Complex, Mina, where everyone is going to converge to witness this grand ceremony. Then Tuesday in the morning, the governor-elect then will have been His Excellency the Governor of Niger State, will pay visit to senior citizens in Mina. Most particularly, the Bago family house will be visited at 11 o'clock. From there, he will proceed to pay a special visit to General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, former president, and then General Abdulsalami Abubakar, former head of state, as a way of earning their blessings. We'd like to also inform you that we have Mohammed Ali Baba, Managing Director, Refund Investment Arm, SA to Refund President. We also have Alhaji Abubakar Mustafa Dangi. Mustafa Dangi is the Sarkin Dawakin Nupe and is the Chairman CEO of Nupe Classic Derby, Sarkin Dawaki Stables in Bida. And this has taken him round to most West African countries where he coordinates this classic derby and has won a lot of trophy. We thank you very much for coming, for joining us at this auspicious occasion. We also recognize Dr. Mustafa Mohammed Jibril Alieri, former Commissioner of Health, former Commissioner for Commerce and Investment and Cooperatives, Niger State, and also former Director General, Small, Medium and Enterprises, SMEs, Honorable Farouk Audi and his entourage. You're all well seated. We're still waiting for the celebrants, and as soon as they are here, we shall kick-start the occasion proper, which won't take you any longer time. SK, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, the callers. Alhaji, okay. Alhaji Salmanu Yusuf, the Coordinating Secretary, Media and Publicity Committee, you're welcome. The former Chief Press Secretary to the Governor of Niger State, Alhaji Mahmoud Abdullahi, is also here with us. Yusuf Wali of Gahu, Gurara local government, is also seated. You can see him wearing his usual color of dress. Alhaji Yusuf Wali, Gahu, you're welcome. I wish to recognize some members of the governor-elect family. We have the Air Vice Marshal Haruna Rashid, Mohammed retired. AVM Haruna Rashid, Mohammed retired, is fully here on ground. We appreciate your coming, our elder brother. Architect Abdul Qadir Mohammed, MNI, member of the governors-elect family. Haji Junaidu Mohammed, Hajia Hawa Kano, Barista Mero Mohammed Mani, Hajia Aisha Tuia, and Maimuna Asabe Rufai, all are members of the governors-elect family, and they are here to witness today's occasion. The former Commissioner of Health in Niger State, Dr. Mustapha Chipren Alieri, is fully on ground here to witness this great occasion. Alhaji Mustapha Chipren Alieri, Parika Kembe Pareng Alieri, you're very much welcome. Alieri Kida Kida. Hajia Mariam Mamam, the younger sister also, to the member representing Gurara in the Niger State House of Assembly, Mariam Mamman, you're very much welcome. The immediate Vice Director General of Small Scale Media Enterprise, Dogwame Dogwang Anya, Alhaji Umar Farouk Audi, is fully on ground. You can see him coordinating to ensure the success of this particular program. Farouk Audi, you're welcome. Yes. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all of us that are seated here, I believe we are all waiting for special guests of honors to be on ground so that we can commence the program in no distance time. But before then, may I invite one or two interlude to entertain us before the commencement of the program. The surplus will be given 3 minutes to entertain us here before the arrival of the special guest of honors. Then Guape will also do that for us. Sables. Sables. Engineer Sharu is here. We appreciate you. Honorable Sunday Jia, the Executive Chairman Edati Local Government. Alhaji Honorable Inda Adamu, the former Speaker Edati Local Government, and Brigadier General Mohammed Bello Agaye, retired. Sabless.
Assalamu alaikum, Anjia Fatima. 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 Anjia Fatima Tumbago. Anjia Fatima. Anjia Fatima Bago. Anjia Fatima. Anjia Fatima Bago. Anjia Fatima. Anjia Fatima Bago. My parents in Fatima Bago. My parents in Fatima Bago. Askitalaka Fatima Bago. My parents in Fatima Bago. My son Fatima Bago. My Ibada Fatima Bago. My Jijizinari Fatima Bago. My Zopenazar Fatima Bago. Aji Fatima, First Lady Bago. Aji Fatima, First Lady Bago. Young man, Chinago, what did you not? Fatima, Your Excellency, Aji Fatima, Your Excellency, Aji Fatima, First Lady, Aji Fatima, First Lady, Aji Fatima, Young man, Aji Fatima. Era touching Ajio Fatima. Talosumele baem Ajio Fatima Bago. Talosumele baem Ajio Fatima Name. Ajio Fatima Bago, Your Excellency. Majiru Talosumang Ajia Fatima Dazamere. Alisuala Metamo Zumang Ajia Fatima Babu. Yawajalai Tumorum Bago Ajia Fatima. Yawajala Muhammadum Bago Ajia Fatima. Isakine chibo bagina Ajia Fatima. Etufe kuti di yeba bekai. Ajia Fatima Bago marika meju. Ya wadi umoru Bago marika meju. Tuna Bago chaje ngobora. Tuna Bago aje ngobora. Majiri chichela misomna ki Bago maje ngobora. Ajia Fatima ayazan kan aji tongolima. Ilea ayazan ka bituru. Majiri Ajia Fatima Ngatumo Mangoka Imi Moru Bambo Ngatumbore Wangangoka Majirina Kuduka Ngayadamo Abijanga Jia Fatima Tumbora Mangoka Majirinda Budumba Kamba Bagwa Bago Aski Dalea Kawan Babo Nai Jamorum Bago Talo Sumile Bayang Achia Fatima Nabe Talo Sumile Bayang Achia Fatima Dasabe Talo Sumile Bayang Achia Fatima Bago Achia Fatima Bago Nora Achia Fatima Bago First Lady Achia Fatima Bago First Lady Saba blessing I'm doing Nora Sariki Waka Bago Nora Saba blessing I'm doing Nora My first Uchi Saba blessing My foreign Ania Saba blessing Ajia Fatima Bago Zanadenia Wangin Sablesio My Forzutia Sablesen Nabe My Gasikia Sablesen Nabe Edikia Time Bago Sablesen Nabe
Thank you very much.
Samorozo to be Uchiviani Sarikiwa Kabago Sablesen Nabe Ajio Fatima Ajie Fatima Ajie Lady Fatima Bago Your Excellency Fatima Bago.
Thank you very much, Sables. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sables. Sables of Bago, the Serkin Wak and Bago Kenan. Thank you very much, Alaji Sables. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we also have the presence of Honorable Commissioners of Agriculture, Alhaji Ahmed Gunu. We also have the presence of Honorable Commissioner of Women Affairs, Hajia Tasalla Ibrahim, Alhaji Duku, the Honorable Commissioner Livestock and Forestry. And we also have Mrs. Rifkatu Chidawa, the Commissioner, Tourist in Niger State, Ajia Rifkatu Chidawa. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we wish to recognize also the presence of the distinguished Senator Ibrahim Musa and the member APC patrons in Niger State, Alhaji Ibrahim Musa. Without further delay, may I invite Guape to give us a brief interlude before we continue with the further introductions. Guape International. Mr. Yakwe Obet Kango, your attention is needed here, please. Honorable Yakwe Obet Kango, please, your attention is needed. Honorable.
So, I should just leave them in, go?
Barin kira Muhammad Kudu. Adaba. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in no distance time, our special guest of honors will be here. And to lead us in the moderation of today's program, we have Muhammad Kudu Abubakar, a veteran journalist from Nigerian Television Authority, National Headquarters Abuja, And he is to be supported by my elder brother, Mr. Shaka Adaba. Now will be a supporting moderator to them, but they will be in the lead. Mr. Shaka Adaba and Muhammad Kudu Abubakar. Honorable Ibrahim El Abdul Mula, Honorable Muhammad Usman Gurara, Aliyu Bago Waziri, Muhammad Hassan Kolos, Abdurrahman Makama, Umar Musa, Usman Hassan, Abubakar D. Muhammad, Ambassador Ahmed, Bala Aliyu, and Negbenga Osin, they are all here with us. And Haji Dr. Rabi Musa Konkoso, please, may we put us together for Haji Dr. Rabi Musa Konkoso, the man with the red cap. He is fully on ground.
Can we please stand up to recognize our great father, a great Nigerian, a great politician, engineer Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. We also have with us Professor Atahiru Jega,
Aje bodajini Eboji yasoko Magbigan gwamina ya Kano sano de zuwa yaya mota ningida ya anyebe Musa konkoso baban kowa babamu halaji kankure gabada abokina aboki Musa konkoso tana babo chama APC tanyene jaseti miamana APC Magbiga Umaru Bago be Bature yane jamadana babo jibiti dani ya Umaru Bago dana gwamina yina gwamina yesu Magbiga amidi jega sunku Hebo Bago katala bene jasejo Muhammadu ndashona Miada kutigi Magbiga sani ndanusa Bariko bejemaji Musa Fortune alami lo kanu bwana bibo Gwabe beta baswa kanu ba Hii aja fatitona madubi Warigida filo Takalimi filo Hegina baba mana Baba naskodani Laba labangi Hega laba ma Yele koko soeta nani Dekaya umuliki Bakataba jeba shiba Monsa koko so Haja fati dana Face ready Edu so kwejwa Face ready Ebe baini Kaimye baba Haja fati Face ready Baba Zani danusa Iwa sokodana Haja fati Ege bainagi Eba tete Ege bainagi Eba tete Ala di fesra di kubana Ege bainagi Haja fati dana Musa kokoso Baba koa Maru naskoso Muhammad Dakutigi Aye Bago Bago amana Bago don La ilaha illallah makolo Naskwati anini Mialikoli Yarakata Hassan Yosedi Yabago Baba Dibitino Aja Fati Nika face lady na Yesumbe Makolo Katapila ya Bagodona Katapila ya Bagodona Sanindanusa Amamilale kadiare Kashugwapi gabiemo Bago namiji dunia Bature yane jadona Baba na kokoso So kwami da kanu Babo gina karado. Mega babo gina karado. Meda dobo. Minga bago la ila ilala. Etu sokwali wa makolo. Wa makolo. La ila ilala. Anabi Muhammadu Rasul. Babo ne bajida. Mega bago chacha. Magdiga tibiti ya bago ni komredi. Unkwa agife. Babo gwamina ya bodo. Yakubu dibiti. Face lady me and me. Bago gwamina.
Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together once more for Guape International. This is the reason why Guape are TAG International, while Koroso dancers of Kano are not TAG International. You can see the difference is very clear. Your Excellency, sir. We have our August visitor in the month of May. An elder statesman not only in Kano State, but in the entire nation, Nigeria. The man whom, if you are going to talk about politics in Nigeria, his name will never be excluded. Alhaji Dr. Abiu Musa Kwankwaso. Please let's put our hands together for Dr. Abiu Musa Kwankwaso. I said it before, and I still have to say it now, that Niger State, the symbol is white cow. You can see the symbol of NNP. the gentleman who doesn't have no in his agenda. He always believes in the possibility of whatever responsibility. Permit me to welcome the Deputy Governor-elect, Comrade Yakubu Garba. Your Excellency, you very much welcome. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the All Progressive Party in Niger State, we have our leader, the chairman of our APC in Niger State, the Makamba Bargu, Alhaji Haliru Zakari G. Kantoro, the chairman of APC in Niger State, Zakari G. Kantoro. The wife of the governor-elect, she is also comfortably seated here before us. Hajia Fatima Umaru Muhammad Bago, she is here with us. Hajia Fatima, Your Excellency, you very much welcome. Hajia Zainab Yakubu Garba, the wife of the Deputy Governor-elect, whom in the few days to come will be sworn in as the Governor and Deputy of Niger State, Governor-elect. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I've said earlier, today's occasion is an occasion of professors. We have here before us the keynote speaker, the professor in the field of politics, the professor with a difference. I call him the professor with a difference because when he was a VC, Bayer University, Kano, where I graduated, he was clearly shown the difference, as I've said. Permit me to recognize Professor Atahiru Jega, Professor Atahiru Jega, the former INEC chairman.
All right, thank you very much. The Publicity Secretary, APC United States, just coming in is His Royal Highness. Could you please put your hands together for his arrival? That Engineer Dr. Rabi Musa Kwankwaso is a presidential candidate for New Nigeria's People's Party, NNPP. We thank you very much for your creativity and your courage. We'd like to also announce Chairman Transition Committee, Dr. Suleiman Ndanusa. And then let's quickly recognize Senator Mohammed Sani Musa 313, ably represented here by Farouk Umar Audi, former DG SMEs, the Microfinance Agency. And then we have our own brother, one of the members elect, Honorable Abdul Malik Balaya Kubu, who is also Central Kateregi member elect representing Kacha constituency. We have Barrister Hassan Gimbadiri. Barrister Hassan Gimbadiri is a former gubernatorial aspirant in Niger State for 2023 elections and one of the in-laws of Alhaji Igba Nagi family. Can we please put our hands together for them? Once again, we'd like to say, well seated to the chairman of this occasion, the man whom many of us only knew on the screen. And it's a rare privilege to have Engineer Dr. Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, the grandfather of all politics in Kano, here in our mix, and is very comfortable, wonderful, and ready for today's ceremony. Once again, can we give him a rapturous applause?
Thank you very much, Carlos. It is also my singular honor and privilege to recognize the presence of the head of service, Niger State, Hajia Salamatu Abubakar. She is also here with us, ma. You're very much welcome. Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma. The chairman, Gubernatorial Inauguration Committee, Dr. M.K. Santuraki, has been on and off to ensure this success. And that is why even the co-chairman, Honorable Isa Sidi Rijau, followed him with the same suit to ensure that this program is successful. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in no distance time, the program will commence. The chief moderators of today's program is a veteran journalist, Alhaji Muhammad Kudu Abubakar of National Television, Nigerian Television Authority, Abuja headquarters. Together with Mr. Shaka Adaba will be the anchors of today's program. And they are all seated, waiting for the commencement of the program. Thank you very much once more. His Royal Highness, the Emir of Mina, is represented at this occasion by Madubin Mina Alhaji Abubakar Bosu. He is also seated. To usher in the special guest, and we continue with the program. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, those who are far and near can hook up via the Facebook and lay there to see live what is actually happening.
Your Excellencies, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back into history. Niger State, since its creation on the 3rd of February 1976, has had 14 governors, 9 military governors, and 5 democratically elected civilians as governors. Each of these governors established their footprints in the social development sands of the states, such that at the mention of their names, their successes readily pops up. Just to mention but a few, we have our great man Murtala Yako and Commodore Ebitu Okiwe, who laid the foundation, constructed new roads, estates, and others. We also have Malam Muhammadu Awal Ibrahim. And once the name is mentioned, you remember buy water. Water, water everywhere. And other socio-economic developmental programs. We have DAB. Mark David Alechenu Bonaventure Mark. Once that name is mentioned, total war against indiscipline strikes your mind. And then we have Garba Ali. When you mention Garba Ali, what comes to mind is security of our schools, of government agencies and properties. We have Lawan Gwadebe. Lawan Gwadebe introduced the simulation of actions for development, which took him around this country and got money that established the Intercity Bank. We also have Engineer Abdulkadir Kure, the great man, who, of course, started the massive rural electrification programs, among others. And of course, we had Dr. Muazu Babangida Aliyu, the chief servant. And once that name is mentioned, Jama Forum will also strike your mind. And of course, we have our able, workaholic Governor Sani Bello, who of course drastically opened the rural economies by constructing massive roads network, and has proved today that he, amongst other governors in Nigeria, has produced the more number of rural roads than any governor in this country. Our very distinguished guests, you can see that past administrations have contributed immensely to the social development of our state and bringing us to where we are today. In his extensive campaigns before this election, our governor-elect, Right Honorable Umaru Mohammed Bago, spoke about the diversification of the rich economic potentials of this state. And he was going to explore areas of comparative advantage to change the narratives of the economic development of Niger State. His Excellency identified agriculture as the key to the future of the state, apart from hosting 4 functional and productive dams in Kaiji, Jeba, Shiroro, and Zungeru, and also hosting the oldest and international renowned Cereals Research Institute in Nigeria, the Badegi National Cereals Research Institute. We are still not mentioned amongst the first 3 cereals producing states in Nigeria today. It's so appalling. We all know that Niger State has the largest and most arable landmass. So today, we are here, among others, to reclaim our position as the authentic, undisputed, and accredited food basket of the nation, as said by our governor-elect, Right Honorable Umaru Mohammed Bago. New administration to drive the state to the destination we all deserve. So today, we'd like to tell you that this event will, of course, be very interactive. You have to take notes and also contribute positively. We'd like to thank our speakers, our very special guests who are here from far and near. Thank you so much for your love for the state. And we I'd like to welcome you. Any moment from now, the program will commence with the entry of His Excellency, the Governor of Niger State, and his entourage, which includes the Governor-elect and the Deputy Governor of Niger State. We'd like to humbly welcome you.
Once again, good afternoon, everybody. Shaka Dava, a veteran, has done it. He has given us a rendition of the history, development, and the progressive movement of the state called Niger from 1976 to the present. It is important to uniquely recognize that there were several other chief executives that had gone through and supervised this state. It is my honor and privilege to welcome to this occasion and this event His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Niger State, Alhaji Abubakar Sani Bello. Put your hands together for him, please. Put your hands together for him. Of course, the man of the moment is here. Honorable Umaru Muhammadu Bago, Governor-elect, Niger State.
Thank you. Please, cameramen, can you please take your shots and find a place to sit down? Could we please be upstanding for the national anthem? Hold it.
Please hold on the national anthem first. The Excellencies are greeting the Royal Highnesses, so we'll have to respect that. Just hold on the national anthem.
Wala wala quwwata illa billah. Shi kuma gona mai barin gado abin da ya na alkhairi Allah ka amsa masa, ya Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala ya masa kyakkyawan ƙarshe, ya masa makoma mai kyau. Manyan baƙinmu irin su Dr. Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso yadda suka zo lafiya, Allah mai da su gida lafiya, Allah ya musu jagora, ya Allah duk abin da za a karantar da mu nan Allah ba mu ikon aiki da shi. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad kama sallaita ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim innaka Hamidum Majid. Allahumma barik ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم إنا نسألك بأسمائك الحسنى كلها وصفاتك العلى أن توفق رئيسنا الجديد وحاكمنا المنتخب الحاج عمر محمد باغو. اللهم وفقه لما تحب وترضى، ووفقوا لما فيه صلاح العباد والبلاد يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. اللهم إنه عبد من عبادك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام، يا سميع الدعاء، يا حي يا قيوم، برحمتك نستغيث. اللهم أصلح له بطانته وارزقه بطانة صالحة التي تدله على الخير وتعينه عليه. اللهم آمنا في أوطاننا وأصلح أئمتنا وولاة أمورنا. اللهم خذ بنواسهم للبر والتقوى. اللهم أعنهم على أمور الدنيا والدين ووفقهم لما فيه صلاح العباد والبلاد. اللهم إنا نسألك من الخير كله آجله وآجله ما علمنا منه وما لم نعلم، ونعوذ بك من الشر كله آجله وآجله ما علمنا منه وما لم نعلم، ونسألك فواتح الخير وجوامعه وخواتمه وأوله وآخره، ونسألك درجات العلى من الجنة. وصل اللهم وسلم على سيد الأولين والآخرين وخاتم الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله الطيبين الطاهرين وعلى أزواجه أمهات المؤمنين وعلى صحابته الغر الميامين وسلم تسليما كثيرا. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Our Lord and our God, we thank you for this wonderful privilege to be in your presence. We thank you for the gift of life. Lord, not because we'll be obedient or righteous, but for your mercy. Father, we say thank you. Thank you because you've kept us among the living and you've made it worthy for us to be here to witness this event. Lord, nothing is by accident in your plan. We know that you've framed it, that it will happen at this time, that they will be here. Lord, we thank you for their presence. Lord, as we are gathered here, there is the beginning of programs or that usher in a new government. Lord, we thank you that it's not by accident that we made it so. We pray that you will be with the new leadership. Lord, we thank you because of what you've done in his life and you continue to do in the life of this your son. You continue to be with him, you continue to guide him. Lord, you commit the outgoing governor into your hand. Lord, you gave him the privilege and opportunity to serve, which he has done diligently to the best of his knowledge and his capacity. Lord, we thank you for his life. We pray that you that created him, you know that which is good for him, and you'll be with him in his future endeavor. Lord, we thank you for our spiritual leaders, our traditional rulers, our fathers of the land, whom you so bless in Niger State. Lord, we pray that you continue to grant them good health, you continue to guide them, and give them all the wisdom that will impact on others and other generations to come, even to the political leadership. All this we've asked through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Once again, we have the honor and privilege to be here and be the masters of ceremony for this auspicious occasion, the inauguration lecture of the new executive governor of Niger State and his deputy. My name is Muhammad Kudu Abubakar. My colleague, Shaka Adaba, is here.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Alhaji Abakar Sani Bello, Executive Governor of Niger State. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Niger State, Alhaji Ahmed Mohamed Kesso. Your Excellency, the Governor-elect, Niger State, Right Honorable Umaru Mohamed Bago and his lovely wife, Haja Fatima Mohamed Bago. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor-elect, Comrade Yakubu Garba and his lovely wife, Haja Zainab Yakubu Garba. Our very special guest here today, our father, Engineer Mohammed Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. Could you please put your hands together for him once again? Leaving all his activities to be with us here today. Fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers and fellow of Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors. Former Executive Governor of Kano State, former Minister of Defense, and today the chairman of this very historic event. Can you please put your hands together for him again? Sir, thank you so much. Our very distinguished members of the National Assembly here present, the Speaker of the Niger State House of Assembly and members present, the APC Niger State Chairman, Alhaji Zakari Jikanturu, the Chairman, Niger State Gubernatorial Inauguration Committee, Dr. Mohammed Kudu Santuraki. Let's put hands together for this gentleman. Thank you so much for all what you've done. You can see the hall. This is, of course, the result of your resilience. DG APC Campaign Niger State Gubernatorial Council, Alhaji Isa Sidi Rijo, Garukuwan Bauchi. I will not forget Malam Suleiman Ndanusa, Chairman, Transition Committee Co-Chairman. I just saw him. You're most welcome, sir. You're most welcome. Your Excellency would like to humbly welcome Professor Atahiru Mohammed Jega, former Chairman, Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, who is also our keynote speaker for this event today. Let's put hands together for him. You're most welcome, sir. Most of you here have been seeing him on television. It's now time to see him live, free of charge. We'd like to welcome you. Our state senior citizens here present and elders of the APC, Niger State, we'd like to welcome you. Members of the Niger State Executive Council, the Secretary to the State Government, the Head of Service, the Chief of Staff, members of the State Security Council, special advisors to the Governor, Director Generals, Permanent Secretaries, heads of federal and state parastatals, members of state, zonal, and local government executive councils of APC here present, our Royal Highnesses here present, the Emir of Agay, the Emir of Lapai, and representative of His Royal Highness, the Emir of Mina, would like to welcome you. Local government chairmen here present, our very distinguished stakeholders, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome you to this historic event, and I'd like to let you know that it's going to be in history that you were a witness to what is happening here today. For the Muslims, can we please say Allah Akbar? Takbir! Takbir! And to the Christians, what do we say? Pardon? Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Thank you so much.
Now we start the event in earnest. It is my privilege and honor to call on Dr. Muhammad Kudu Santuraki, Chairman, Niger State Gubernatorial Inauguration Committee, to come and give us the welcome address. Please put your hands together for Santuraki Nupe, Alhaji Dr. Muhammad Kudu Santuraki.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Niger State, Alhaji Abubakar Sani Bello, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Niger State, Alhaji Mohammed Keto, both of them with their very beautiful spouses, the chairman of our great party in Niger State is here with us today, the chairman of the APC. The governor-elect, Right Honorable Mohammed Umar Bago, and his very able deputy, Comrade Yakubu Garba. Both of them with their beautiful spouses. Sorry, I said the governor and his deputy had their beautiful spouses. Actually, the governors-elect and the deputy that came with their spouses. Other senior officials of the legislature and the executive of Niger State, my colleagues in the Gubernatorial Inauguration Council, and also the chairman of the Transition Committee. Today, we are witnessing a very innovative event. And of all the programs that we have lined up for this inauguration, I made it clear to my team that for me, this is the flagship event. And because this is the place where serious issues will be discussed. And I hope that in the end, we achieve that means. You know, it took no less a person than the late and the former wartime Prime Minister of Great Britain, Sir Winston Churchill, who said that the democracy is the best form of government. But the way he said it was in a rather roundabout way. Because what he said, and I quote, is that democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others that have been tried. And therefore, what he means is that democracy is actually, of all the systems that are available, democracy is the best. And I can understand his positive cynicism because it is born out of his frustrations with the system. Indeed, democracy has many challenges, especially in the developing world, and also including Nigeria. Democracy has four major pillars in my view. The first pillar is having free and fair elections. The second is the rule of law. Mind you, not rule of men or rule of strong men. The third is to have a system of checks and balances, which is the separation of power. The last one is the occasional change in leadership. Many countries struggle with many of these elements of democracy. But for me personally, the fundamental requirement of a democracy is the occasional change in leadership. This is because, as they say, everything rises and falls on leadership. We are glad that Nigerian democracy, with all its challenges, at the end of the day, in each circle, we manage to successfully and peacefully effect the occasional change in leadership. We should not take this for granted because many countries cannot achieve that. And therefore, we need to congratulate ourselves because our democracy gradually is enduring. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is this occasional and peaceful change of leadership which is a fundamental requirement of democracy that we are here to celebrate today. And I welcome all of you to this event. I especially want to welcome the chairman of the event, His Excellency Dr. Engineer Musa Rabiu Konkoso, the former governor of Kano State, who is here with us. I'd also like to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Atairu Jega, who is our iconic former INEC chairman, and of course, our guest speaker, which we're still expecting, Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State. El-Rufai's candor in leadership and the ability to take tough decisions that are in the long-term interest of the people are unmatched in Nigeria. You would agree that all these three leaders are leaders of consequence. Governor Konkoso is a man of both governance and political consequence, having achieved excellent development outcomes during his days as the governor of Kano State. Not to mention the political genius that he recently demonstrated with his young party, the NPP, during the recent elections. He achieved very decent results in the presidential elections. And he actually outrightly won Kano State governorship seat. Congratulations, my friend. Congratulations, Madugu Ubantafia. Professor Atairu Jega is an accomplished academic and an administrator, and can be without question be referred to as the father of modern election management in Nigeria. Indeed, on a lighter note, my personal favorite Jega moment is the way that he handled the then Minister Orubebe's protest at the Presidential Election Coalition Center in 2015. Professor, we use that clip extensively in leadership and management because it demonstrates how leaders should behave. Anger management, managing difficult employees, and so on. Thank you very much, Professor, for that material that we continue to use in our executive programs and in our universities. Governor Nasir El-Rufai, although he's not here today, yet he's an accomplished public sector leader. Even if initially he was a reluctant one, as he said in his book. In our intellectual circles, we usually say that you may disagree with El-Rufai in many fronts, but it is difficult to ignore the positive outcomes in leadership that he has achieved. And he has achieved this variously as the DG of BPE, Minister of FCT, and now as Governor of Kaduna State. The massive infrastructural redevelopment all over Kaduna over the last few years is a case in point. But in addition, Governor Rufai also achieved the following. This is important. Governor Rufai raised Kaduna internally generated revenue from 11 billion in 2015 to 80 billion in 2022. That's what he did. Kaduna ranked on the Transparency and Integrity Index as #1 in 2021. That's what he did. Kaduna jumped to the 4th on the IGR rankings, ahead of all the oil-producing states except River State. That's what he did. Kaduna is one of the 3 states that generates more revenue than its monthly share of the now addictive Federation Account Allocation Committee, popularly known as FAC. El-Rufai opened Kaduna up for increased direct foreign investment, FDI. The World Bank rated Kaduna as the first on the ease of doing business. If he was here, I would have told Governor Rufai that you are welcome to tell us how you did all that. Because according to Oscar Wilder, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. And I'm sure our governor-elect, Honorable Mohammed Umar Bago, is prepared and willing to flatter El-Rufai by imitating him. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are all welcome to this event, and I wish us a very successful outing. Thank you very much, Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Centuraki. Please put your hands together again for him. Now, to call on of Defense of the Federation of Nigeria and an executive and accomplished governor of one of the largest states in this country for 2 terms, a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and fellow of several other professional bodies. As chairman of this occasion, let me begin by talking about who this chairman is. Although Dr. Santuraki had already told us what he has been able to do, but it is important at this occasion to signpost some of the major events and who this person is. Engineer Rabiu Kwankwaso was born on the 21st of October 1956 in Kwankwaso, a village located in Madobi, local government area of Kano State. He is an astute Nigerian politician with large followership. He was the governor of Kano State from 1999 to 2003 and 2011 to 2015. He was appointed the Minister of Defense from 2003 to 2007 during the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo. He was later elected to the Senate in 2015, serving 1 term under the platform of the All Progressive Congress, APC, representing Kano Central District. Kwankwaso's tenure in office as governor was characterized with a number of notable achievements. During his first tenure, he established the Kano University of Science and Technology in Wudil, the first and only state university in Kano State at that time. During his second tenure, 2011 to 2015, he established the Northwest State University, Kano, the second state university in Kano State at that time. He is reputed to have established 26 academic and manpower development training institutes, and through these institutions, more than 360,000 youths, yes, you heard me right, more than 360,000 youths and women were trained and empowered. Please put your hands together for that. He is the first governor in Nigeria to introduce the free school feeding and uniforms for primary schools pupils, which exponentially increased the school enrollment figures from 1 million to 3 million in 2015 when he left office. His passion for education, of free education at all levels in Kano State, and so did the adequate College in Damagaram and Niamey jointly with the government of Niger Republic. Engineer Rabiu Kwamkaso also awarded more than 2,600 postgraduate and undergraduate foreign scholarships in 14 countries across the world to Kano indigenes. Kano State is also, in addition, has witnessed increased infrastructural development, and he was the presidential aspirant of the new Nigeria People's Party at the just concluded presidential elections. It's now my honor and privilege to call on the chairman of this occasion, Senator Muhammad Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, to come forward to speak to us. Put your hands together for him, please.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Niger State, Alhaji Abubakar Sani Bello, and his deputy here present. Your Excellency, the Governor-elect, Alhaji Umaru Muhammad Bago, and his deputy, and of course, their wives here present, our respected Royal Highnesses that are here, government officials, our professors that are here, especially Professor Tahir Jaga, of course the leadership of the transition committee that are here, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking Almighty God for showing us and giving us this rare opportunity to witness this occasion. And it is an opportunity for me to thank the Governor-elect for finding me worthy of being here as the chairman of this occasion. It is also an opportunity for me to thank Governor Bago for this initiative by inviting technocrats, by inviting some of us who are his seniors in the area of politics and governance to hear, to listen to us, to hear our answers so that he can avoid mistakes that some of us have made many, many years ago. And of course, it is an opportunity for him and of course his team to also learn our areas of strength so that he can even do better. So I say congratulations to you, because I am aware that there are many governors that were elected in recent years who day one believe that they know all. But in the actual sense, they know close to nothing. And that is why when they spend 4 or 8 years, they have very little to show. And therefore, it becomes a very big problem for them. This is a very humble beginning for Governor Bago. And I believe that this is the way to start very smoothly. And I'm sure when he starts cruising, he will land very, very safely, because he has an opportunity to learn from some of us who have seen a lot, especially from the beginning of this administration, the Fourth Republic, to date. I'm so happy that the MC mentioned some of our achievements. But let me at this point say that from my little experience in governance, especially at state level, the issue of security, of course, is important. But another very critical and crucial issue is the issue of education. And I hope the governor should take note of that. From day one, don't waste time. Do whatever you can for this great state to ensure a very, very good start in building where Governor Abubakar Sani Bello stopped. I have gone around this country for presidential campaigns. In fact, I visited over 500 local governments, most of them by road. And there was no state that I visited that don't have dilapidated primary and secondary schools. Of course, today we are aware many schools, if not all schools, have very inadequate infrastructure and worst, very inadequate, good quality teachers, teaching, and of course, learning materials. And these are the investments that are necessary for every governor, every chairman of local government, and even the federal government itself. From my experience as governor for 8 years in Kano, my best investment is in education. And if you invest heavily in education, the result may not necessarily show that day, but of course, with due and of course in due time, the investment will be very glaringly clear in the state, and the biggest beneficiary is the governor himself. And the example of Kano is just there. You remember that I lost election in 2003. 8 years after I came back to Kano, with no state government, no local government, no federal government. I had federal government, but they are not supporting me. Yet, the young men and women that we fed in primary schools, we gave uniforms, we trained locally and internationally, came out en masse and voted for Rabi Kwankwaso and his deputy. The same thing when I was living in 2015. It was because it was a very successful tenure. We were able to score 100% election in Kano. 44 local government chairmen, over 44. 24 House of Representatives, over 24. 3 senators, over 3 senators. 40 state assembly, over 40 state assembly. And of course, I'm sure everybody knows we got the election of governor and 1.9 million votes for Buhari. I'm sure Professor Jega will hear, is here. They will confirm those figures. Look at 2019. I think that should be a case study. With absolutely no money, no local governments, no state government, no federal government. We went into election. Everybody knew that in 2019 we won the election in Kano. But the leadership in the country decided that they had to impose the governor who lost the election. We didn't fight. We said, okay, let them go, we'll meet again. In 2000, this year, 2023, this last election together with that of Bago, no federal government, no state government, no local governments. In fact, everybody came, including, in most cases, security agencies. Even INEC, everybody was supporting the sitting government with all their appointees, with all their resources. Yet, the young men and women, many of them from abroad came in. Those who are locals came in. And everybody knows the result. Our main target at that time was to stop overvoting and stop violence in Kano, because that was what they wanted to do, and they tried everything possible to win that election. The young men and women came out and told them that Talia Bata Zabi. When you say that in Kano, they are told they brought in money, they brought in Talia itself, textiles, everything under the sun. Yet these young men and women came out en masse and stopped them. And by the grace of God, on the 29th of May, Abba Gida Gida will be sworn in alongside Bago in Kano State. Why this is important, right from day one to the governor and his team, is that don't take money, don't think money is everything. Money is close to nothing. It's important because we have seen people with a lot of money, with billions, people who have stolen. They don't even know where to keep them. And their biggest problem is how they will face EFCC, ICPC, the police, and other security agents when they finish. I look at Rabi Kwankwaso. I left government. I have no fear of any security agent or those who are fighting corruption. In fact, I am part of them. I am part of those who are fighting corruption in this country. And if there will be election 100 times in Kano, and in fact, not only in Kano, in all those states that are familiar with our achievements, at the end of the day, I am sure we will win that election. And that is why Kwankwasia today is everywhere. Because the young men and women realize that the only way out in this country is to get people who believe in uplifting the young men and women and all those people who are needy, those who are sick, those who are old or too old, and so on and so forth. So, Bago today, in fact, day one, you have a choice. And look at the case study. It's either you take the route of stealing everything, sell every square meter of land in this state, sell churches, and sell mosques, sell everything belonging to the people, collect every kobo that comes from FARC meeting, collect IGR and so on for yourself and your family. At the end of the day, you will regret it. Or if you like, take the side of socio-economic development at subnational level in Nigeria. There is need to look at that very critically. I'm sure the guest speaker will speak more in details in that area. But let me tell you what we have done, and I think it's something that you could do. The second university that we established in 2012, we named it Northwest University. The idea of that university is only to cater for Kano State, but the entire Northwest. And that was why even the law itself provided for bringing in students from the other 6 states that are in the Northwestern part. And we picked the chancellor from Kebbi, the emir of Argungu, Alhaji Mera, to be the chancellor of the university. And the university is doing very well. We have started integrating, even though at that time, many governors at that time did not understand. But what is important is for somebody to start doing something. We need to work at this subnational part of the country, subnational level, which is very important to all of us. Once again, Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highness, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate the governor, the incoming governor. Of course, I also congratulate the outgoing governor of Niger State, because it shows clearly that there is synergy between the two of them. I am sure if there was going to be an inauguration lecture in Kano, you hardly see the two governors together. And let me also advise at this point that as much as possible in our policy, we don't normally go and start chasing our predecessors for many obvious reasons. And I believe that even situations are unique, but there are rules that are normally general in nature. I'm sure I remember when I lost the election in 2003, my successor did everything possible under the sun to investigate me. I can comfortably say that I am one of the most investigated Nigerians in this country. Why? Because there are so many commission or judicial commission of inquiry, administrative committee, all sorts of things. At the end of the day, by the grace of God, I was only proved to be an honest Nigerian, even though we don't go out to say it ourselves. On the other hand, when I came back, everybody thought I had to retaliate. What I decided to do then in 2011, when I came back to Kano after 8 years, was to say that instead of taking you to a court of law, I will take you to public court. And Nigerians, of course, compared what we did in 4 years and what happened in Kano in 8 years, and therefore returned us back. And that is why today we are very much respected in Kano, especially by the young men and women. We are very much loved and supported. And that was why any election, like the 2019 election, all the former 3 governors were in your present party now, the APC. Only Rabi Kwangoso was on the other side, and we defeated them. And you could see the difference. 2 former governors plus sitting governor, with all the senators, with all members of the House of Reps, serving and former. these young men and women and people who believe in progress of Kano State came out with no money like they did in 2023 and voted for us. I believe this is the legacy that you must try and keep in Niger State. And finally, that cap you are wearing, the deputy governor is wearing a similar cap. And I could see some people wearing similar caps. Please keep them. Let them be your red cap. At the end of the day, after you finish your 8 years by the grace of God, if you see many people wearing that cap, your cap, that means you did well. If you realize it is only you and the deputy governor that are wearing the cap plus maybe a few others, then there is problem. You should look for another opportunity to correct yourself. Thank you and God bless you.
Yes, a big round of applause to the Madugu himself. Madugu Ubantafia. Madugu Ubantafia. Of course, the Madugu did not come alone. You will agree with me. Somebody of Rabi Umusa Kwankoso's statue would not be here alone. Katsi only demands that we should recognize his delegation. We have Engineer Abuba Galadima. Please put your hands together for Engineer Abuba Galadima. We have former member of the House of Representatives, now Senator-elect, Kawu Suleiman. Put your hands together for him. There is Honorable Kabiru Ramno, member House of Representatives. Also in the delegation is Honorable Mukhtar Umar, another member of the House of Representatives, and Honorable Mustafa Al-Qasim, National Welfare Officer of the NNPP. Please put your hands together for him. Now, if you have the program, the next item is to call on the keynote speaker to speak. But by tradition, we have to introduce him. But before then, let me very quickly and call the persons who will discuss his paper. We have Professor Abubakar Suleiman, Director General, NILS, National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies. He is not here physically, but his representatives, another professor, a professor of political science, Professor Yusuf Ali Zwaka, professor of political science at the University of Abuja, is here to represent Professor Suleiman. Please put your hands together, and the ushers should please bring forward Professor Zwaka to the table. Put your hands together for Professor Zwaka, please. The next discussant is Professor A.B. Ahmed. Professor A.B. Ahmed is Professor of Law at the Bayero University, Kano. And he also had the distinguished honor of chairing the inauguration subcommittee of these inauguration events for Niger State. Please put your hands together for Professor A.B. Ahmed as he comes to join his colleague discussant. The last and third discussant is Dr. Muhammad Al-Ali,
Dr. Muhammad Al-Ali is the head satellite infrastructure at NIGER. Head satellite infrastructure at NIGER. Having introduced and acknowledged the discussants, the rapporteurs should also take their seats. They are Dr. Abdullahi Bala Isa and Dr. Isa Kimpa, the rapporteurs for this keynote paper to be delivered by no other person but Professor Attahiru Muhammadu Jega, CON. Professor Attahiru Jega was born on the 11th of January 1957 at Jega in Kebbi State. He attended Sabongari Primary School and on completion proceeded to the Government Secondary School, Birnin Kebbi, for post-primary education. He was admitted into the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria's Abdullahi Bayero College, Kano in 1974. Graduating in 1979 with a Bachelor of Science degree in Public Administration with second-class upper division. Upon completion, he joined the services of the university as a graduate assistant. He won a fellowship at the Northwestern University, Evanston, Illinois, United States of America in 1981 to 1984, where he earned a PhD in political sciences. On completion, he returned to the political science department, Bayero University, Kano, as lecturer. He was a visiting senior research fellow at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Lagos, and also a visiting research fellow the Department of Political Science, University of Stockholm, Sweden, in 1994. Among the notable positions held by the scholar includes Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic, Bayero University, Kano, 1995 to 1996. Director, Center for
addresses in an efficient and effective manner, then the assumption is that you have good governance and is desirable. And in the kind of context which we operate, which is the liberal democratic context, governance devoid of substantive democratic attributes actually only results in bad governance. So it is very, very important that we underscore the issue of good democratic governance rather than just good governance. I begin with an introduction where I recognize that good governance, but especially good democratic governance, is an indispensable phenomenon in all human societies. In particular, in the context of the modern nation states, such as ours. Governance has been defined by a United Nations agency as the process of decision-making and the process by which decisions made are implemented or not implemented. In this context, governance is necessary for societal transformation, but depending on whether governance is good or bad, the transformation can be either positive or negative. So it is very, very important to pay attention to the essentials and the requirements of good democratic governance in the context of the countries such as ours, but more importantly, in the context of the kind of democratic system that we operate, which is called the liberal democratic or the representative democracy framework. I argue that in the liberal democratic context of modern nation states, theoretically and philosophically, the state is assumed to be led by elected representatives and the citizens, and is supposed to be characterized by good governance. Good governance is supposed to be driven by elected representatives or public officials or what are called public office holders. But to drive good governance, these public officials need to be selfless, need to be visionary, and they need to not only be responsible, but responsive to the needs and the aspirations of the citizens that they represent. Such office holders are elected on the basis of a constitutional framework and the rule of law, and they are supposed, therefore, to be guided by these in the ways in which they make decisions and in the ways in which they lead the implementation of such decisions. And of course, they are supposed to do this for the benefit of all without discrimination, inequality, or inequity. On the contrary, bad governance is occasioned by bad and reckless elected representatives who are either inexperienced or incompetent, but who in any case are self-serving and narrow-minded, who either personalize public resources or look the other way while others do so, and who pursue, rather than participatory and inclusive processes in policy making and implementation, they pursue divisive and exclusionary processes without regard to principles of equity, equality of opportunity, justice, and the rule of law. A nation which has the misfortune of being bedeviled by bad governance squanders its resources and opportunities for protecting and defending the human dignity and security of the overwhelming majority of its citizens. Rather, such a nation only very narrowly, if at all, satisfies the idiosyncratic and greedy aspirations of a small clique of the ruling elite and their clients, to the detriment of the collective needs and aspirations of the citizens. In such a state, socio-economic and democratic development on the trajectory of liberal or representative democracy is therefore obstructed and subverted and does not yield desirable dividends to the citizens. In such a situation, the prospects for socio-economic and democratic development are only possible and realizable if the imperatives of good governance are recognized, nurtured, and entrenched in spite of the senseless proclivities of the ruling or governing classes. I think it is important to understand both the philosophical and the theoretical foundations of representative democracy, and I want to speak a little bit about this before I come to discuss the Nigerian context of governance, its nature, its characteristics, and what we need to do in order to entrench good governance and to avoid bad governance in our democratic politics. So I begin by observing that liberal or representative democracy is premised on the theoretical and philosophical postulation that in modern nation states, citizens should freely choose or elect their representatives into elective positions of leadership in the governance institutions, notably the executive branch, the legislative branch, and sometimes in some countries, even in the judicial branch of government. For the purpose of choosing representatives, modern nation states are divided into electoral constituencies, and citizens in each constituency elect one or more persons from among themselves to represent them in the governance organs and the institutions of their country at all levels, whether at the national level or at the subnational state level or even at the local governance level. Those elected are said to be granted a mandate to act on behalf of the other citizens, that is the electorate, and the representatives are elected for a defined tenure. In the Nigerian context, the tenure is 4 years and is renewable. In other jurisdictions, it can be 5 years, it can be 7 years, but the most important aspect of the tenure is that it can be renewable, or an elected representative can be recalled if he or she are deemed by those who elected them to not be responsible and responsive to their needs and aspirations. I think it is very, very important to underscore this theoretical and philosophical foundation when we interrogate how our democratic system operates, and therefore how we get to where we are presently in terms of the prevalence of bad governance rather than good democratic governance. Elections are perceived as necessary for choosing good representatives who help to nurture good democratic governance in terms of efficient and effective delivery of public goods and services to the public, and especially with regards to protecting and advancing human dignity as well as human security in all its ramifications. Similarly, it is perceived that electoral integrity gives rise to good quality choice of representatives when those who prepare for and conduct elections are seen to be independent, impartial, non-partisan, professional, and competent in the discharge of their responsibilities, and when overall the electoral system is perceived to be credible. It is the expectation that ideally a country that evolves within the liberal democratic tradition would have responsible and responsive elected representatives as office holders who would then nurture, entrench, and institutionalize values, beliefs, and practices of good democratic governance for their societal progress and development. In reality, however, and the reality is different from the ideal, this expectation is hardly attained. Political culture in many countries is differentiated, and the character and disposition of human agency impact on historical experiences, and the quality of governance also therefore becomes differentiated. Countries such as Nigeria obviously have these distinguishing characteristics of human agency and also different historical experiences which undergird the extent and the experiences of our practice of liberal or representative democracy. I want to say a few things about the Nigerian background and context. Nigeria, in its present form, is no doubt a modern nation state, albeit of complex diversity, and is a country that literally we can say was manufactured by British colonialists, and that it has been pursuing democratic development on the liberal democratic trajectory. This commenced with pre-colonial and post-colonial governance institutions and processes until 1966, when the military took over power from elected civilians. After prolonged authoritarian rule, the military returned the country on the same liberal democratic trajectory, of course with a slight modification. That is, from the British-type parliamentary system of government, which operated from around 1946 to around 1966, to the American-type presidential system of government commencing in 1979, and indeed, this has continued even in the Fourth Republic since 1999 in the last 23 or 24 years. During this period, neither desirable democratic development nor good governance has been institutionalized and entrenched, except perhaps arguably in the short period between 1960 and 1966. In particular, in the period since return to civil rule in 1999, the quality of Nigeria's governance and democratic development seems to have regrettably deteriorated. While Nigeria seems to have evaded a total slide back into authoritarian rule in the past 24 years, it has merely been muddling through socio-economic development engulfed in what one can characterize as bad governance. Whatever global comparative indices or measures one uses, there is no doubting the fact that bad governance is in general being institutionalized, if not entrenched, in our so-called liberal democratic system of government. The country needs to be redirected from this trajectory of bad governance, and otherwise we will continue to muddle through, and government will continue to fail to address the fundamental needs and aspirations of the citizens. Under the liberal democratic dispensation, the state, or more narrowly the government, is perceived to protect the properties and the lives of citizens, as well as guarantee their human dignity and human security. But if you, and in fact, in our own constitution, as many of you are aware, under the directive principles of state policy, it is expressly stated that protecting the lives and properties of citizens and addressing their welfare needs is the main objective of governance. Unfortunately, the structures and the mechanisms and the processes of governance which have been enshrined since 1999 are increasingly failing to address the fundamental needs and aspirations of the majority of Nigerian citizens. In this presentation, perhaps when you get the paper, you will see that I have provided 3 tables The first table took about 16 global indices which are used to rank countries in the world in order of checking how corrupt they are, what is the rating of their democracy, how fragile they are, what is the level of governance of these countries, the perception of electoral integrity in these countries, the physical quality of life of citizens in these countries, the insecurity or peace index, and even what is called the global hunger index. And I have got statistics, in some cases up to 2022. And I think the most disturbing thing is that when you look at these global indices and Nigeria's ranking among other countries, Nigeria ranks very poorly and very lowly. And of course, the only explanation is what one can term the crisis of governance or the bad governance framework, which has failed to utilize the resources and the potential of the resources in our country in order to address the fundamental needs and the expressions of the people. The second table I provided looks at the 15 countries in the ECOWAS sub-region and looks at what the Economic Intelligence Unit has done with regards to ranking them on what it calls the Democracy Index. And of course, again, you find that Nigeria ranks lowly in this regard. Similarly, I looked at what is called the Perception of Electoral Integrity Index. And of course, every 4 years since 1999, we have been conducting elections through which representatives are elected who are supposed to actually be responsible and responsive to the needs and the aspirations of the citizens. And when you compare countries in the ECOWAS sub-region, you see also very clearly that Nigeria ranks really poorly using this index. So what is clear to my mind is that bad governance rather than good democratic governance is responsible for a lot of the national challenges that we face, in particular the economic crisis, whether you call it recession or depression, and also the pervasive national security challenges. I have discussed some of this in the paper, but basically my take is that the only way we can get out of this perpetual economic crisis and also address the fundamental pervasive security challenges is really to move in the direction of good democratic governance. So it is in this context and this background that I now discuss what I call the imperatives of good governance, and in particular good democratic governance in Nigeria in general, and of course at the subnational level in particular. I observe that at this stage of our national development, given the nature and the character of the Nigerian state, which manifests at all levels, whether federal, state, or local, and which is bedeviled, as it has been, by a depressed economy and systemic security challenges, and the disposition of the ruling elite. It is indeed necessary to begin to focus attention on how best to reposition our country in the direction of good democratic governance. This is very, very important, and I'm glad that in this inaugural lecture, the focus has been not only on addressing the challenges of socioeconomic development, but establishing that framework of good governance in order to be able to address these challenges. So drawing from the literature on the subject matter of governance, and in particular the essentials of good governance, I would say that Nigeria needs elected leaders and representatives to begin to pay attention to the need of the citizens of Nigeria for good governance, because it is only a focus on this that can help address the fundamental needs and aspirations of the citizens. In the Nigerian context, regrettably, the electoral process that is supposed to give citizens the opportunity to elect their representatives into governance positions really is struggling to have improved integrity to the extent that those who are elected would actually respond appropriately to the needs and the aspirations of the people. It is true, as His Excellency Rabiu Musa Konkoso stated, that money is not everything. And in fact, good democratic governance can be provided to address the needs and aspirations of citizens without money. But the fact of the matter is that in the Nigerian context, money has been used to undermine the integrity of the electoral process. It used to be, particularly when we started this democratic journey of the Fourth Republic in 1999, contestants in the electoral arena would identify a few electoral officials and buy them off so that they can write results on their favor. The increasing use of technology and addition of transparency to the process, although it has not entirely eliminated that dangerous and negative aspect of our elections, has actually now compelled many contestants to now go directly to the voters, because it is becoming clear to many of them that buying off an electoral official may not necessarily guarantee you the vote. So now they go to the electorate, but they try to buy the electorate, and that is where the issues raised by His Excellency Konkoso are pertinent. Whether they give talia or they give atampa or rice and other things in order to induce voters. So money is still being negatively used. So it's very, very important that as we pursue the desire and the objective of improving the quality of governance, whether at the national or at the subnational level, we also at the same time encourage and indeed participate in a process that can improve the integrity of our elections. This is very, very important because the integrity of elections is correlated to the quality of governance, in the sense that elections that have integrity more or less induce or compel elected representatives to be responsible as well as be responsive to the needs and the aspirations of the citizens. I have identified at least 10 specific aspects of what I call essentials of good democratic governance. And I believe these are issues that all elected representatives, whether at the legislative or in particular at the executive levels, need to constantly bear in mind and use as a framework to guide and guard their actions in addressing the fundamental needs and aspirations of citizens. The first one is providing good quality leadership. And good quality leadership can only be predicated on knowledge, on experience, on competence, on integrity, on vision, and of course, on selflessness. One of the terrible things that has happened in the Nigerian democratization process is that contestants spend a lot of time trying to get elected and very little, if any, time in preparing what to do once they assume power. And in many contexts, there are few exceptions. In many contexts, it is only when they now get elected, then they now begin to refine what is it that they will do when they assume office. And in most cases, they get overwhelmed by the routine things in the governance process and lack the time and the opportunity to do careful planning, to be visionary, and to drive policies and programs that can be impactful in addressing the needs and aspirations of the people. The second aspect relates to the transparency and accountability in policies and decision-making processes. This would go a long way to engender trust for government among citizens, which is essential, especially during times of crisis. And there are simple things that can be done in this regard. I think His Excellency Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, the chairman, forgot to mention a very simple thing that he did in Kano, which actually tended to engender trust among the citizens. After every executive council meeting, they publish the decisions that have been taken at that executive council meeting. And many people anxiously try to see what were the decisions taken and try to follow also the extent to which these decisions taken were implemented. So simple things can engender trust and can encourage respectability and support by the citizens for those leaders that they perceive to actually be responding to their needs and aspirations. So transparency and accountability is very key. And of course, respect for and compliance with the rule of law is key. Liberal democratic framework is supposed to be rooted in constitutionalism, or what is called the rule of law. And leaders need to be seen to be respectful of the rule of law and need to be seen to be guided in their actions, in their utterances, and in the policies and decisions that they take as framed within the context of the rule of law. In the Nigerian context, again, regrettably, over the last 24 years, we have developed a tendency associated with what is called executive lawlessness, which means the rule of law does not apply to everybody. And it's a very dangerous thing to happen, and certainly it is one element that undermines the basis of good democratic governance. Participation of citizens, involvement of citizens in decision-making processes through consultation, through consensus building, is very important. And these are things that in the Nigerian context, again, studies have shown that elected public officials have no patience with consultation, with inclusiveness, and with ensuring that they actually take on board the perceptions and the contributions of the ordinary citizens in the policies that they make, or in the implementation or refinement of those policies. The next issue, of course, relate to something I've mentioned earlier on, which is visionary planning as a requirement, and it's absolutely necessary. It is noteworthy that a developing, if not an underdeveloped nation such as Nigeria, requires for its sustainable progress and development not just good governance, which is just merely about efficiency and delivery of public goods and services, as popularized, as I mentioned earlier on, by the World Bank. But what is most especially required is what I define as good democratic governance. And it is very, very important that in this process, we nurture, we encourage, we entrench the evolution of a democratic political culture which is participatory and which takes on board everybody's contribution in the designing of policies and in the implementation of those policies. In conclusion, I would like to say that Nigeria has got to a stage in its democratic development where we can no longer afford to muddle through policy making, policy execution, and addressing the needs and aspirations of our citizens. We have to work hard by getting leaders amongst the elected representatives to help drive a process of reform that can engender good governance and that can address the bad practices in governance which have bedeviled our country in this fourth republic. I believe it is something that really, if done, can guide the successful accomplishment of any elected leader and can ensure that the citizens not only respect the leader, but also see themselves as appropriate stakeholders in the governance process. All elected officials, I believe, need to study, need to understand, need to be able to explain, and need to put to good use in practice the essentials of good democratic governance. And in summary, these are leadership by example, transparency and accountability, engendering citizens' participation, selflessness, consensus building, and of course, effective utilization of collective resources. Avoiding wastages, and of course, ensuring that nobody uses public resources for personal aggrandizement. We must develop the competence and capacity to hold public office and provide the required leadership for focused planning, decision-making, and implementation for our societal progress and development. I believe that this is a task that must be done, and it is a task that elected chief executives at the subnational level need to pay adequate attention to. May I use this opportunity to wish the newly elected governor the best of luck as he assumes office, and may God Almighty give him the political will to recognize the necessity of good democratic governance and to take it on board in all that his government does in the next 4 to 8 years. May I also use this opportunity to commend and wish the executive governor well as you move to other national service in our country. Once again, I thank you for this opportunity, and I wish us fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together again for Professor Attahiru Muhammad Jega, CON. We have already introduced our discussants. I don't know. Don't worry, no. We have already introduced our discussants, and I'm directed to call on them one by one to speak to Professor Jiga's paper for 3 minutes each, starting with the representative of the Director General of the National Institute of Legislative and Democratic Studies under the National Assembly, Professor Abubakar Suleiman, who is here ably represented by another Professor of Political Science, Professor Yusuf Zwaka. Professor Yusuf Zwaka is at the University of Abuja. Please put your hands together. He will come forward to speak to this well articulated paper. A round of applause for Professor Zwaka, please.
Thank you, sir, the MC. The organizers of this inaugural lecture. Let me also stand on the existing protocol that has been laid this morning, and to just go ahead, since there's no time for me to just try and make sense out of what our erudite professor, Professor Jega, has presented to us this afternoon, speaking on the imperative of good governance in a depressed economy facing security challenges, which had actually, brought out, beginning, for instance, from the introduction of SAP and how SAP, introduced the concept of good governance, in our lexicon, and that itself was also translated under the context of liberal democracy. And of course, Professor Jeka in his paper went ahead to trace the practice of liberal democracy in the area which we are currently referring to as Nigeria, right from the coming of the colonialists up to the point they left, and we had a parliamentary system of government which was truncated in 1966, and then by 1979, again we returned to democracy with a different system, a presidential system of government. But I think basically what Professor Jeka tried to bring to us this afternoon is to say that we need to really re-examine the liberal democratic theory and its philosophy, because from what we know of liberal democracy generally, it deals largely with representative government, which usually conducted through elections to offices such as those who represent us in parliament and the executive, and even cited a case that in some countries that even the judiciary sometimes are elected, but they went ahead to introduce a very new lexicon in our the concept of democracy by discussing extensively what he has been referring to as good democratic governance. Because he said that if you just walk under the theoretical and philosophical foundation of liberal democracy, we will not be able to entrench good governance, in our own society. The presenter went ahead, to trace, what he considers to be some of the very important, ideas behind democratic good governance, by also presenting to us in the paper, I'm sure when we get it later, we'll see that he said there are tables that he presented that try to bring out on ECOWAS, trying to bring about, the fact that democracy itself has been backsliding in the sense that we have not been getting good governance. Rather, what has been littering the unfair political landscape right from 1999 to date is bad governance. And therefore, he was drawing the attention of the governor-elect, who by the grace of God will be sworn in next week, Monday, that there is need for him to take time to also study some of these tables that were presented, because it will show to us and also show to him where Nigeria is standing. And of course, if you want to improve, that means a lot needs to be done, by involving the people largely in the process of governance. And so therefore, it showed to us that even comparing figures from ECOWAS, which depicts how fragile our democracy, or if you're even looking at democracy index or the insecurity index, which he said he had data up to 2022, he said that when you study these statistics, you see that even on ECOWAS democracy index, Nigeria actually ranked low. And so therefore, it is important for the incoming governor to take very keen interest in looking at the good quality leadership which he has advised based on competence, integrity, and selfless leadership, which I'm sure the chairman of this occasion had actually drawn our attention to by saying and giving us some of the things he has done, for the people of Kano, which made them to actually stand by him, even when he didn't control any governor or member of the House of Reps or Senate or anybody. But he was able to galvanize support from the people, which has ensured that they were able to get back the seat of governor of Kano State. I'm very sure that if these leadership qualities are imbibed by the governor-elect, competence, integrity, and selfless leadership, and in trying to choose your team, you must also be fair by looking at all the senatorial districts. I think what is very good for Niger State is that Niger State has a very good policy of inclusiveness, because you have a situation where governors are produced from the 3 senatorial districts, and I think that is something very good. And I'm very sure that the governor will also ensure that in setting up his cabinet and setting up, his advisors and all that, that he will place a lot of emphasis on competence, integrity, selfless service. Then, of course, the issue of transparency and accountability in decision-making and policies is also very important. And I think Professor Jega drew attention to the fact that council decisions were published, for instance, in Kano, after every executive council meeting. I think what they also went ahead to do was to publish the accounts of the state. That is what came into the state and what is going on. I think that in itself will lay to rest any issue about transparency and accountability if the state is able to publish, even if it's going to be on a monthly basis, the income and expenditure of the state. I think that in itself will lay to rest any issue about transparency and accountability. And of course, he said there should be respect and compliance with the rule of law, the involvement of citizens, participation, in the affairs of the government. So when the citizens are involved, in the governance, of the state, I'm sure everybody will be carried along and nobody will feel excluded. And we know that most of the excluded groups, which I think the government may need to consider, are the people with disability, the youth, and women. Usually these groups are marginalized. And I'm sure if the governor in his cabinet will reflect that there are women, there are youths, and 1 or 2 people with disability, that will show that everybody are running an inclusive government. On this note, I want to wish you a very successful tenure as you go in, and you'll be blessed, and you will bless the state. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for Professor Yusuf Ali Zwaka Professor of Political Science, University of Abuja. The next discussant is another professor, Professor A.B. Ahmed. He is a professor of law at the Bayero University, Kano. Professor Ahmed, please put your hands together for him as he comes.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Let me beg to sit on the established protocols. Because of my size, I always want to sit. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to sit on the established protocols, please. Having said that, it is my responsibility to take note of what had been said here, because being part of the organizing committee for this all-important lecture, we are taking note of all the talks, especially by the keynote speaker and our chairman. And what I want to assure the members is that we have taken every interest in everything that they have said, and we are going to pass it to the incoming administration for effective implementation. The keynote speaker said or talked about addressing economic development in a depressed economy. And it gives us information that what the governor-elect is about to take over is a very big challenge. It's a very big challenge because he is taking over a country that has a lot of challenges. And if you are taking a country that has a lot of challenges, you must think out of the box to be able to address the problem. And therefore, we have said and agreed that today's lecture should be a roadmap, should give us an idea of what the incoming government is going to build on what the outgoing government had been able to do in Niger State especially, and in Nigeria as a country. I don't want to repeat what the keynote speaker and the chairman had said. We have taken note of them, but I want us to pick particular interest on the following issues. One, we are talking about concept of development. I want us to see development in its wider perspective. Let us not see development as only in the governance cycles. Let us see development as an institution that manages the life of people. And in doing that, I think we should see, and I encourage the incoming government to see institutional development as an holistic thing that looks at issues that have to do with state of affairs. When I talk about state of affairs here, I am talking about issues that are agitating the mind of the electorate. What did you tell them when you went to seek for their vote? What would you expect them to expect from you? How would you judge yourself, especially looking at what the chairman said this morning or this afternoon, that at the end of the day, people will want to gauge, are you happy or should they be happy? If they are happy with you, it means that by necessary implication, you are happy. If for any reason they have reasons to complain, then there is more to do. Secondly, I want us to see development in this cycle as a process that is going to be driven by a policy. Let us use today's discussion as a mission, so that that mission will give us a vision. And the governance that we are going to give the good people of Niger State will be a governance that is driven by a mission and a vision, so that at the end of the day, we will be able to measure ourselves and see whether we have actually gotten anywhere. Let us see development in this process as a course of events, so that for everything that we are doing, we have a reason to back it up. How do we do that? I said we should come up with basic policies and principles. From the beginning, let us have standards that our government is going to look at. Let us have standards that will regulate and control our practices, so that people who actually are expecting things from us will know what they are expecting. And at the end of the day, we will be able to tell them whether they have gotten what their expectations were. Let us see development that will improve on our institutions. There is serious institutional decay in Niger State. Whether we like it or not, we must take it sincerely and seriously. There is structural decay in Niger State. Whether we like it or not, we must see it as such. Let us now see, how do we move our institutions to the next level? I want to have a situation where at the end of the first year, the governor-elect will be able to tell us what is the institutional performance of every institution and agency of government in Niger State. Let us see who actually are responsible for what and what are they doing. Let us do an audit of institutions and institutional drivers so that they will be able to give us answers at the end of the day. Let us raise the people's standard. Let us be able to know that in agriculture, for anybody that wants to talk about economic development in Niger State, we'll talk about agriculture. What do we do to do value addition? What we need in Niger State now is not about investing resources in agricultural production. We have sufficient of it. What do we do to add value to the productions that are being effected in Niger? Anybody that is coming into Niger State now, from the moment you enter the terrain of Niger State, you will see a green zone, which establishes that for every product that is being planted, if you bring it to Niger State, it will grow. Now, when it is produced, what do we do with it? What do we do as a government to make sure that the challenges of the rural community in Niger State is moved to the next level? People are not thinking about what they want to plant now. They have already started. People are not even thinking about what they want to produce now. They are already producing. But what do we do to give them value for what they are doing? I think this is where we need to pick it up. And discussing with experts, I think we can do such a thing. Let us increase people's freedom of choice. Let us encourage Nigerites to go into things so that Niger State will be a better place by the end of the day. What do we need to do that? And I agree with the keynote speaker and the chairman completely that the first thing for every developmental process is the rule of law. Let there be the rule of law. Let us take notice that nothing moves a state or any institution or any community or any society for that matter without the rule of law. And what are the basic principles of the rule of law? The first one is the supremacy of the law. For every process that we had opportunity, let us be driven by the law. Let us see what the law says, and whoever that it affects, it is not an issue. That is why the second principle in establishing the rule of law is equality before the law. Let it be noted that this government does not do anything that goes contrary to the law. Then there is the need for the principles of constitutionalism. How do we do that? Let us make sure that the ground norm of Nigeria is the foundation of our decisions. For whatever anybody will want, if it goes out of the cycles of the provisions of the law, it becomes illegal. And for everything that is illegal, it is not our business. Then the last one is fundamental freedoms and liberties. Let people have idea. Let there be deliberate decisions that this government will take that will assist the good people of Niger State. And the keynote speaker has given us an hint that what is our interest in the whole of this discussion is what he chose to call good governance. And as a professor of political science, he started by telling us what bad governance is before going into good governance. I am not competent to interpret what he had said, but I think it is important that we take notice that he has given us the essentials of good governance. And what is the essential of good governance? The first is, which is the most critical, is good leadership. If we have a leadership that is well-focused, a leadership that is well-grounded, a leadership that is well-informed, then we are good to go. Let there be security, because there can never be development where there is insecurity. People should feel free to be able to do what they want to do, for as long as what they want to do is legal. How do we establish that? By giving them good education. no society has developed in illiteracy. Illiteracy itself is a disease. And the cure for that disease is good education. So I want to see how education will be our priority. Let there be social justice in Niger State. What I mean by social justice here is let everybody that has interest in doing something be given the privilege and opportunity to do it. How we do that should be left to the governor incoming to be able to address it. Now, what will I recommend? Quickly, I want to recommend 4 important things. One, which is the crux of the talk of the keynote speaker, and that is transparency and accountability. If we have transparency and accountability, then we are over with every security challenge. Why? Because whatever the meager resources we have, we will be able to use it to the dictate and the interest of the people. And whatever we do, let the good people of Niger State know about it. Like the chairman said, one of the very fundamental things that Konkoso did in Kano, which is actually following him up to tomorrow, is nothing in governance was done in the dark. For every decision that the government of Kano State was taking then, it was exposed to the people. We want to see a situation where the government of Niger State will be able to publish, maybe monthly, maybe quarterly, the resources that are coming to Niger State. Because if the resources are known to the people, the accusations and counter-accusations will disappear. Rumors and rumor mongering will disappear. People will know what their expectations are. People will be committed to the development of Niger State. Secondly, I think people need to have access to opportunities. Let us create access to opportunities. I want to see a situation where Niger State will go back to its old days. When we were in secondary schools and in primary schools in Niger State, we used to have school farms. Government was supporting it. Let the good children of Niger State develop idea and interest in producing things outside their primary course, so that at the end of the day, they will be able to give support not only to their immediate families, but to the economy of Niger State. I want to see due process in Niger State. Let there be a procedure established by policy, so that everybody that is coming to interact with the government of Niger State knows that there is a process of doing things. And anything that goes out of that process is not tolerable. It is a government that is guided by standing orders. Orders that can be seen. Orders that can be criticized. So that people who see these orders and want to make input and make improvement will have the opportunity to do that. Let there be opportunity for individuals to grow. How do they grow? Let's see situations where people who have ideas will be supported and assisted by the good government of Niger State, so that they will be able to realize their ideas. They will be able to have what we call technically self-actualization. If everybody who has idea and who want to get somewhere is supported by government and he is sure of getting there, he will be committed to that idea, he will be committed to the process, and at the end of it all, he is a happy person. And happiness in this direction is going to be driven by government institutions, by government processes, by government policies, by government actions. I wish the incoming government the best of luck. I wish, inshallah, by the end of the day, we will have cause to insist that 8 years is not enough for us. We will want them to continue on and on and on because of what we have benefited from their government. I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Professor A.B. Ahmed, Professor of Law, Bayero University, Kano. Please give him a big round of applause. We thank you for keeping to the 2 minutes time. Finally, in the lineup of the discussions, we have Dr. Muhammad Al-Ali. He is the Group Head, Satellite Infrastructure, NAJCOMSAT. Group Head, Satellite Infrastructure, NAJCOMSAT. But before Dr. Al-Ali comes, let me warmly welcome one of our distinguished senators of the Federal Republic in person of Senator Domingo Obende. He's a friend of Niger State, a distinguished senator from Edo State, and a friend of Niger State. Please, I don't know where he is seated, but please give him a big round of applause. He's been here much, much earlier. We just got to know that he's here. Dr. Al-Ali.
His Excellencies, the governor and the governor-elect and their deputies, their lovely spouses. You see, one of the wahala you always have been a loud speaker is, especially if you have professors, you are queuing behind them, they will have dwell on everything. But again, I will try as much as possible to be brief, go straight to the point. The keynote speaker kind of adjusted the theme that we should look at democratic good governance. And it's a catchy word. But the key things that we should look at for the Mr. Governor-elect is transparency and accountability, inclusion and citizens' participation. These are critical for. But again, I scribbled down a little stuff that I feel it will be a kind of little adjustment to what I would say. I want to see a situation where you have a quasi-leadership role. Now, by what I mean is a politician on one side and a CEO on the other side. Now, a politician, of course, the yearning and aspiration of the people. But as a CEO, you have your target results. You set KPIs for those team members. You should have the ability to hire and fire. You have a target. Your commissioners, your team members that are not really performing within the KPI that is set for them, you fire. So that way you are really tracking results, tracking performance. That is in the other side. But some of the things I listed, and I feel it's very critical for our dear governor to look at, is need for socio-economic plan. This is critical. You have it in place, you begin to follow it, you track it. How far are we going? Are we really doing this? Are we really going far? The truth is, Niger State is in a state of potential. Niger State is a potential state, and I feel we should move away from remaining a potential state that have everything on ground. Let's harness it. Let's come out. And these are the things. And infrastructural investment, roads, bridges, and so many other infrastructures. That way, you are able to enhance economic development. That man that is in that village, that is a farmer, because of bad roads, probably he cannot be able to transport his produce. But with good roads and some of these good infrastructures, what you are doing, you are enhancing economic activity. By enhancing economic activity, you are enhancing the revenue drive. So this is also very critical. And we know the state we are in. Unemployment. It's very, very, very high. There should be intervention schemes. Even if we're going to call it the white cap intervention scheme, just kidding. But intervention scheme, very, very critical, that will increase our employment, this thing. Then access to quality education and healthcare. The key word here is quality. I will give an example of what we call telemedicine. Telemedicine as a service. Access to doctors. We use technology
to enhance penetration, to enhance access, and to enhance reach. Maybe, I don't know the number of consultants we have in Mina, but because of that remote village there, that cottage hospital there do not have professionals. But with technology, you can access and you can increase the reach for medical access. So this is critical. And tele-education, this is one way our governor can go in. You have professionals from everywhere. Maybe you might go to one remote village somewhere and there no physics teacher want to stay. But with tele-education and tele-presence, that physics teacher in Federal Government College, Mina, can be accessed by everybody, everywhere, real time. So these are some other ways you can go about that. Tackling corruption. Corruption, of course, when you increase empowerment in terms of e-governance. E-governance has a way of reducing bureaucracies. And because the more the bureaucracy, the more the opportunities and channel for corruption. So these are some of the things that we want our dear governor to go into. And basically, I know probably some might not be comfortable with it, but again, empowerment of the local government, level of financial autonomy, because your job will become very easy for you if there is level of autonomy at the local level, local government level. There is social security empowerment, and with social security, there is opportunity for the physical, the normal kind of insecurity we are talking about that can be greatly downplayed. And these are some of the things. And one critical one that I will advise our dear governor is the idea of independent policy group. Now, independent policy group is just like the Brooklyn institution that we have. What they do, they are a think tank. They will tell you what you want to know and what you do not want to know. If you have a commissioner or a special advisor, because he's your appointee, he is careful in telling you the truth because he doesn't want to be sacked. But the independent policy group will tell you the truth, how it is, and it will really help. And I'm told I have 1 minute, but I don't want, honestly, I have much to talk, but Mr. Governor, wish you best of luck, and we really hope, just as the chairman, the Concoursia movement said earlier on, that the caps, the white cap, will increase. Best of luck. Thank you very much.
And at this point, Niger State is a state that appreciates initiatives, appreciates competence, appreciates performance. It is in that regard that I am directed to announce to you that from the keynote speaker to the discussants to even the chairman of the occasion, there are gifts for them. And the person that will present those gifts is no other person but the chief host of this occasion, the chief host of this event, and of course, the outgoing governor of Niger State, in person of Alhaji Abubakar Sani Bello. Please put your hands together for Alhaji Abubakar Sani Bello, the outgoing governor of Niger State, who will present gifts to the first to Professor Attahiru Jega, former chairman of INEC, former Vice Chancellor, Bayero University, Kano, former President of ASU, a distinguished personality, a distinguished performer, a distinguished academic, a distinguished administrator, who was our keynote speaker. This way, sir. Can you look this way, sir? The cameras? All right. All right. Please put your hands together for this event, put your hands together for these personalities, and put your hands together for this presentation. Your Excellency, please remain where you are, because the next discussant is the Director General of the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, Professor Abubakar Suleiman, who is ably represented here by Professor Yusuf Zwaka, Professor of Political Science at the University of Abuja. Please put your hands together for him. The next recipient is Dr. Muhammad Al-Ali, Group Head, Satellite Infrastructure, NAJCOMSAT. The Executive Governor of Kaduna State, who is unavoidably absent. We also have a present for him. May I call on Professor Mohammed Yahya Kuta, former Secretary to the Government of Niger State, former Chief of Staff of Niger State Governor, to come forward to collect the present and the gift on behalf of the Executive Governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasiru El-Rufai. And talking of the Kaduna State Governor, even though he's not here, there is a 2-minute video clip containing apologies from Governor Nasiru El-Rufai. Without much ado, if the IT guys are ready, we'll play that 2-minute video clip, and after that, we'll have an interlude of music and dances. The IT, are you ready to play that? Are you ready?
Your Excellencies, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nasir El-Rufai, the Governor of Kaduna State for the next 3 or 4 days. I am sending this message to apologize to His Excellency, the Governor of Niger State, Governor Abu Sani Bello, and the Governor-elect, my brother, Right Honorable Bago, for not making it to Mina. This is as a result of several mix-ups in scheduling, and I will explain very briefly. When I first got the invitation, it was for me to give a goodwill message to the inauguration lecture that will be delivered by my brother Aigboje Aik Omokole. Yesterday, I received a letter inviting me to deliver the inaugural lecture, which I worked all night to get ready. My understanding was that the lecture would be at 2 p.m. and I came for this event in Bago local government, hoping that I'll get a helicopter that will bring me in time to Mina before 2 p.m. I've just been informed that the event has started already, and my apologies have been conveyed by my son to Honorable Bago. I still have the lecture. If it is needed, I can send it, but I'm here in Damau, in Bago local government, to commission the Allah
Next 5 years, 4 years, 3 years, Niger will be more than Kaduna State. Inshallah. Inshallah. I can see you say what? Yes. If you dream it, you live it. You're going to have overhead bridges all where you can see when you see the governor-elect, you know the type of things we're going to have. Thank you. Let's put together for ourselves once again. Thank you. Your Excellencies, our very distinguished guests, it has been a very lively day. And all work and no play, the same makes Jack a dull boy. We're going to have a 3-minute entertainment before we invite His Excellency to deliver his address. First, I'd like to invite ASB Adailo. ASB Adailo, you went round the campaigns and today you are here to entertain His Excellency.
Shokwana gaye, zankwatine dem. You want to wanna take it. Aye, Agbaye, you wanna take it. Honorable Umaru Bago, I wanna Agbaye, Shokoga, wanna Sarah. Umaru Bago, Shoko, Bagabana, Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you. Please put your hands together for ASB. Sorry, we don't have enough time for you tonight. We still have the gala night, so get prepared for it. We invite Guape Internationals. You have just 2 minutes. One minute gone.
world. I've been to lots of places, and I've seen million faces in 1,000 terms. But when I come to my own home, I see pain, melancholy, and stagnation. Oh, beloved land of my birth, a place I am proud to call one of the most peaceful amongst the nation, blessed with natural endowments. Yet in midst of these, my people wallow in abject poverty. Your Excellency, sir, there is so much work to be done. The outgoing governor has done his best and left a legacy for you. Although we know our problems, we are our own problems. We have played the blame game for too long. For so long. Wait, wannan yaro daga inane ya pito. Shi wani yare ne. Ko shi wani adini ne. All this must come to a halt. And to have a better Niger, we have to work together in unity to move us far ahead to the peak. Remember, Your Excellency, sir, a beautiful regime of yours as the governor of Niger State means a happy civil servant, a joyful civil servant, and a hard-working civil servant. And remember, a hard-working civil servant needs to be paid its wages in due time. Your Excellency, sir, it is time we walk the talk. Niger State gigilo. Niger State gigilo. Niger State gigilo.
Hello, Jabe Gulani. Yele gene tanali. Kureda ji. Ushina sokwaga lugana. Hegwaga shechega beluani. Gwamina yayina. Gwamina sotana batura yane jatana. Ushina sokwaga lugana. Hegwaga shechega beluani. Muhammad ke sotana. Barika yendo chesumbe. Mega inshallah. Hayang se Bago. Eseme Babo masari gwamina jida Gorozo Nagdega dibiti Nagdega dibiti Wodega de fati asama Gwamina Senato sondana Mega Senato inshallah.
Thank you, Guape International. Thank you. Thank you.
Mega Senato sondana.
Thank you. We don't want to turn this lecture into a dance session. Finally, we'd like to invite Sabless. You have 2 minutes.
Umaru Bago,
Amin, mu dai mun sani mun zo da
Thank you, Amin. Can you please put hands together for him? God bless. Thank you so much. That's a very prayerful song. Your Excellencies, our very distinguished guests, gradually we're coming to the end of this program for today. And I would like to especially humbly invite the 6th democratically elected governor of Niger State, come 29th of May 2023, His Excellency Right Honorable Umaru Mohammed Bago. Could you please put hands together, Your Excellency?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency, my brother, the Executive Governor of Niger State, Dr. Abubakar Sani Bello, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Niger State, another of my brother, Dr. Ahmed Keto, Your Excellencies, please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I want to go straight to thank Dr. Rabiu Musa Konkoso for coming to Mina and for delivering that very, very good lecture. And again, to the professor of the professors, my boss, my lecturer, I'm humbled to have you here, sir, at this occasion. Your Excellencies, a lot have been said, and the crux of this lecture is to provide a foundation and to give hope to Nigerites. A renewed hope for Nigerites, for a new Niger, that we want at every point in time people to advise us, give us direction. We are going to be operating an open door policy, so please and please do not be frustrated. We want the kind of inputs the discussants here have made. We have taken notes, and by the grace of God, inshallah, we will surpass your expectations. When people are saying to be like an Erufai or to be like a Konkoso, I giggled, but I think I will be better or will be better than them, inshallah. So that is not a yardstick. It can be a start point, but for sure, we'll raise the bar, inshallah. So finally, let me thank everybody for coming here today. You've made our day. We are grateful. And to our royal fathers, thank you for your support. The security agencies, the inauguration team, you've done wonderfully very well. The transition team, you are doing very, very well. Our party chairman and the entire party leadership here present, thank you very much. God bless you, and God bless Niger State.
Please, once again, let's give His Excellency, the incoming Governor of Niger State, another better round of applause. Put your hands together. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Our very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, any other one. It's now my singular honor and privilege to humbly invite the Executive Governor of Niger State, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Abdulrahman Bello, to formally present his remarks as our special guest of honor for today. Your Excellency, sir. Can you please applaud him as he moves off stage? Thank you so much, sir.
Please sit down, please sit down. Have your seats. Thank you. Have your seats, please. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Niger State, Ahmed Mohamed Kitsu, my longtime friend, ally, and brother, Right Honorable Umaru Mohamed Bago, our governor-elect, and his beautiful wife, Hajia Fatima Umaru Bago, the chairman of this occasion, even though he has left, Engineer Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, former governor of Kano State, the deputy governor-elect, our greatest comrade, Yakubu Garba, and his wife. Now we have a comrade as a deputy governor, no more labor strikes. Our APC chairman, other members of State Working Committee, members of National Assembly, Honorable Speaker, and members of State House Assembly, honorable members-elect, our royal fathers, the Emir of Agay and Lapai, our keynote speaker, Professor Tahiru Mohammed Jega, CON, my brother, the chairman, FIRS Mohammed Naimi, SSG, Head of Service, Chief of Staff, honorable commissioners present here, the chairman, gubernatorial inauguration committee, and all other members of the committee present, special advisors, permanent secretaries, heads of security agencies, local government council chairmen present, our senior citizens from our dear state, captains of industries, distinguished guests, members of press, ladies and gentlemen. After all said and done, it has been a day well spent. We started off by sharing the experience of His Excellency Governor Rabiu Kwankwaso, former governor of Kano State, where he gave us a brief of life in general, from being a governor, being out of office, coming back as a governor, leaving office, and all the challenges involved in public office. I hope we will learn from the experience of Engineer Rabiu Kwankwaso so that it will guide us in administering our dear state. We also listened to Professor Tahiru Jega, who also used to be at the helm of affairs in INEC, where he gave a very elaborate lecture with regards to due process and credible elections. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. I would like to say that in the last elections here in Niger State, we had one of the most peaceful and transparent elections. Now brought in the governor-elect, deputy governor, National Assembly, and State Assembly members. I must thank the people of Niger State for conducting themselves in an orderly manner during the elections. While some states were having sleepless nights, I was sleeping on the day of election because all the indicators, all the security indicators were green, apart from one or two skirmishes here and there, which you cannot totally avoid. So I must congratulate all of us for behaving well. One of the speakers spoke of transparency and accountability. I think that is the main key in governance, transparency and accountability, because with transparency and accountability, you get support and you win the confidence of the indigenes of the state. Incidentally, my accountant general just came back from Lagos, where he represented me at the ICANN Award night, where Niger State came fourth in accountability in 2020. Where is it? Let me know mistakes. Where is the... Now, this is from ICANN Award to Niger State government. I'll hand over this to the incoming governor for ranking fourth among the 36 states and the federal government in the 2020 ICANN Accountability Index, ICANN A1, May 22nd, 2023. So, and this is for 2021. There's a drop. In 2021, Niger came fifth. What year is that one? Okay, there's an improvement. 2021, Niger came fifth and fourth the year after. So transparency and accountability is key. And I'm glad one of the speakers spoke elaborately on transparency and accountability. Overall, we may have the best professors, but from my own little experience, seeing governance from outside is different when you go in. Theoretically, in the books, it adds up. Physically, on ground, it doesn't add up. You know why? Because you need to build a formidable team as a leader. And once that team is not on the same page, whatever you do, you find yourself doing a merry-go-round. The MDAs that are to implement most of your programs in the last few years lack the capacity. One advice I will give to the incoming governor is to invest in training and capacity building of staff of the MDAs. This being my probably last event in this hall, I doubt I'll come to this hall again. I would like to seize this opportunity to thank each and every one of you here for the support you have given to this administration all through. May Allah bless you all. At the same time, I would like to congratulate the incoming governor and his deputy and their lovely wives, and to pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will continue to guide them as they go through this Herculean task of administering the state. They need all the prayers you can offer. As a people, our character is a major issue. Our character is key. While the head of the administration is trying to put things right, you have a number of people trying to undo what he's doing. And for what? For very little stipends that can cost, in some cases, lives, especially in the health sector. So I want to seize this opportunity to pray to Almighty Allah to guide the incoming governor and members of his team. I'm sure by now he has carefully selected those he will want to work with. And if you're opportune to work with him, my prayer and advice is that you please guide him. Even if you know what you tell him, he's not going to like it, tell him. He is one human being. He's a human being like all of us. Leaders make mistakes, and at the right time, at the right moment, using the right words. Again, you don't want to confront a leader aggressively. Using the right words, you can bring him back to shape. Even if at that time he doesn't listen to you, when he goes back home, when he's in the bathroom, he will sit down, he will reflect over what you said, and he said that person is right. Like the saying in Hausa, gaskiya ɗaya ne. So I would like to thank each and every one of you that graced this occasion today. I can see the hall is full for coming here to rejoice, to celebrate, to listen to the lecture, and at the same time thank Professor Tairu Jega and all the other speakers that spoke earlier on for a job well done. We won't be tired of inviting you to Niger State so that we learn from your vast of experience. Professor Tairu Jega is someone I've always admired. He presided over the election that brought me in as governor. So I must thank you for that. And God bless you all. God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Can you please give His Excellency another big round of applause? Thank you, sir. It is said, he who wears the shoe knows where it pinches. The incoming governor needs prayers. Like I just said, a lot of prayers. And luckily for us, he's also a malam. So I'm sure that any prayer you give, Almighty Allah will accept to guide him through. Your Excellencies are very distinguished guests. We'd like to once again thank the Executive Chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIROS, Mohammed Mama Nami. You're most welcome, and thank you for all what you have been doing. You are also constructing my squash court. We'd like to thank you so much. I play squash. Thank you. We like to tell our guests that after this event, we're going to have refreshments for all our guests at the presidential suite. So from here, we move on straight to the presidential suite for refreshments. On that note, I'd like to humbly invite to say a big thank you to all our guests, the chairman, Inauguration Lecture Subcommittee, Professor A.B. Ahmed, for the vote of thanks.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم Alhamdulillah 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 Rabbil Alameen. We give thanks to Allah for making it possible for us to start this occasion and almost coming to the end of the occasion. May Allah continue to bless our state. May Allah continue to bless our government. May Allah guide them through. May Allah give them the wisdom to accommodate and lead the good people of Niger State. My responsibility now is very simple, just to say thank you to everybody that has been here. So I start by thanking the good people of Niger State that came out en masse to vote this team to guide and lead the good people of Niger State to the next level. I also want to start specially by thanking the chairman of our party, APC, for taking all the wisdom, for taking all the steps to give us the success that we are celebrating today. I thank God, I appreciate Alhaji Aliru Jikantoro for his effort, for his commitment, for his responsible leadership. In the same wise,
I want to thank the Director General, Gubernatorial Campaign Organization of our Governor-elect in passing of Alhaji C.D. Rijo. I want to specially thank His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Niger State, that managed and gave us the opportunity to conduct this election that brought this government on board. In the same wise, I want to thank his deputy and most importantly, their wives and family members. We want to also thank the governor-elect and his deputy for contesting and winning this election to give us the opportunity to celebrate. We want to specially thank the chairman of this occasion, His Excellency Senator Engineer Rabiu Musa Konkoso, the keynote speaker, Professor... don't give me commands. Don't ever. Don't talk to me like that. We want to specially thank the chairman of this occasion, His Excellency, the Senator Rabiu Musa Konkoso, the former governor of Kano State. In the same wise, we thank my professor, my president, and the vice chancellor of my university, and professor of political science, Professor Atairu Muhammad Jega, CON, and our guest speaker, Malam Nasiru El Rufai, the executive governor of Kaduna State. We also want to appreciate our royal fathers, their royal highnesses, the Emir of Agaye, the Emir of Lapai, and all the other royal highnesses. I want to specially thank the chairman, Niger State Gubernatorial Inauguration Committee, who had actually given us all the support that we needed to bring this occasion to success, in passing of Dr. Muhammad Kudu Santuraki. And we thank the gentlemen of the press for giving us all the cooperation, and we thank you all for honoring this invitation. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, can we all be upstanding for the national anthem?
Arise, O compatriots, Nigerians call obey, to serve the fatherland with love and strength and faith. The name of our heroes first shall
APC mun bi daidai ne. APC ne daga samson sai lodo. Sanata mun girman allo. Mutumi babban dan dalo. Wani aikin sai kai lodo. Da ku zafa min dan lodo. Ku yi mun tafi dan lodo. Na san oga na lodo. Dan malam ya san allo. Ya bulo na dan aiki do. Da rabatun mai girma dallo. Aya, sansi sai lodo. Ne da ba sai babu. Ka ji kima sai kima. Wanda baya yan tsaba. Gasara ce an dama. Zan yi APC. An yi da zan yi sai bima. Mai tuwon girma nama. APC. APC yan Neja. Kuma da tijin lafeni ya ce. Lafeni gida yana ce. Kaya hayya alhassan yana ce. Ya hayya dan gwagwa gida ce. Dan kwairan tabana waya ce. Chief of staff na Naija ya ce. Dan amanan lolo a gaida manci. Santirake tagara yana zumunci. Ciyaman fati na mu gida ce. Halirji kan dora gashi ya ce. Kuma kwalo mun san shi gaskiya ce. Mai gida umma kwalo akwai aminci.
Madome Allah sai ya ce. Ado kunji ya ce.